If you're willing and able, please stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We are now on item 2 of the agenda, our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. And now we're on item 3 of the agenda, roll call and city clerk's report. Deputy City Clerk Stone, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Sasai.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
And we'll note that Councilmember Martinez-Rubin is attending remotely. Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Wednesday, June 11th at 4:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, posted online, distributed to council and staff, and are available in the back of the council chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Clerk. Tonight we have 2 closed session items. The first item is for a conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are City Manager Kelsey Young, City Attorney Eric Casher, HR Director Stacy Schell, Finance Director Markeisha Guillory, and Gregory Ramirez, IEDA. Employee organizations include AFSCME Local 1, Local 512, and the Pinole Police Employees Association, PPEA. The next is item 4B, Public Employee and Performance Evaluation, Government Code 54957, Title City Manager. Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments on item 4A or 4B?
Just checking. Seeing none, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you. We will reconvene into open session at approximately 6:30. Thank you. Everyone, the time is now 8:10 p.m. and we will reconvene into open session. There is no reportable action. Moving on to item number 6, which is public comment, citizens to be heard. Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do have 2 in person. We have Maria Alegria and Rafael Menes.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. I'm here to talk about the resolution that was passed on March 18th regarding the community values, which complies with SB 54. And I just wanted to, and also you talked about ensuring your rights to know and other informational materials from Stand Together of Contra Costa County that were supposed to be made available to the public facilities within the city and in a variety of languages so our residents could be properly informed of their constitutional rights. I'm very concerned, especially with the recent episode of forcibly removing and handcuffing our U.S. Senator Padilla from a Department of Homeland Security press conference for asking a question regarding their removal tactics against immigrant communities by ICE, which I think is an affront to our democracy. So where is the city of Pinole in making sure our residents are informed and feel safe from similar constitutional violations by ICE? Our immigrant communities are living in fear and intimidation, and 3 months is too long to wait. So I just want to know who's responsible for implementing the resolution by the City Council. And if you could please report it either under your report, Mr. Mayor, or under the City Manager's report, I would appreciate learning more about the status of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few topics I'd like to discuss tonight. First off, the COVID rates in our region. The national data is no longer available because the CDC decided to change around how their website is organized, so I can't give you numbers per 100,000 anymore. What I can give you is the information from cdc.gov/NWSS/RV/COVID-19-statetrend.html (state val equal to California). And what that tells me is that we've had an increase over the past couple of weeks from basically giving their wastewater values, which are on a 0 to, I think, 15 scale. And we were at 1.766 back in April, which was low. And as of the most recent measurements, which is June 7th, we were at 2.924, basically, which is just a little bit below moderate. So I think COVID rates have been increasing. There's some of the wastewater data for, I think, one of the plants in Contra Costa County that's showing very high levels. So I would encourage people to take increased precautions. There's a new variant. There appears to be increased transmission in our vicinity over the past couple of weeks. So it's likely that there's going to be a spike in infection rates soon if there isn't already. Secondly, I'd like to thank everybody that came out to the accommodation rally and protest that was held for No King's Day on the 14th. I'd like to particularly thank Mayor Sasai and Councilmember Murphy for coming to the rally and Councilmember Thoms for coming to the protest. It went great. We had a lot of people there. It was completely peaceful. There was some stuff over in Hercules. There was a later event partially in Pinole, and everything worked out fantastically. It was certainly a better event than some other events happening at the same time elsewhere in the United States, and that's all I'll say about that. Finally, I'd like to note that our president is suggesting that he has the power to compel Iran's unconditional surrender, presumably through making war on them. And I would note that in Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution, it states that Congress shall have the power to do various things. And one of the things it very explicitly has the power to do is to declare war. Not the President of the United States, the Congress. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Deputy City Clerk, any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item number 7, which is reports and communications, starting with the mayor's report. So this month attended the most recent Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, where we made several appointments to regional boards. So I just want to congratulate Councilmember Toms for her appointment or reappointment as alternate to the ABAG board, as well as Councilmember Murphy as an alternate to, it's a very long title here, the East Bay Economic Development Alliance Executive Committee. And I, of course, was proud to support them both in those votes. I want to thank everybody who joined us for the Pride and Juneteenth event we held in Fernandez Park. That is an event that we held for, I think it's the 3rd time now. And so always appreciate the folks who show up, the staff who puts in their work, Director Dwyer for all her work and her team on that event. And it was really just a beautiful showing. I mentioned in my speech that when I was growing up in Pinole, I would have loved to see an event like that happen, where we see the full diversity of our community show up, and we actually create safe spaces for us to appreciate those folks. So, of course, wanted to thank folks for coming to that event, and hopefully looking forward to the next one and next June. So, I also met with Eduardo Martinez, who is the mayor of Richmond, our neighbor here in Contra Costa County, and I had a really great discussion with him about immigration policy. What we can do best to work in collaboration side by side to keep our residents safe. And one major thing we talked about in that meeting is making sure that we safeguard our residents against misinformation. So there has been ICE presence here in Contra Costa County, particularly in Concord. But residents are continually in fear of that happening here in our communities. So there will be more and more discussions to come with our neighboring jurisdictions and how we can collaborate with each other to make sure that when we actually do have information about ICE sightings, that we confirm those sightings so that folks are not in fear. So along those lines, I also want to thank Mr. Menace for his, first off, invite to attend the No Kings rally here in Hercules. It was a beautiful event of folks who showed up from not just here in Richmond, Pinole, Hercules, San Pablo, but throughout the county to really, in the most nonpartisan way possible, really stand up for democracy here in the United States. And there has been rallies across the U.S. for this occasion, but to see it here, particularly in our community, to see folks show up and have such just a lot of positivity around the issue was very moving. So just want to thank, of course, Councilmember Murphy and Toms for being there as well to support. Other than that, met with the WestCat Board of Directors for our meeting last week. And one major thing I also want to remind folks, we'll do this every single meeting until it's over, but youth ride free for WestCat Public Transit in our bus system from right now until July 31st. So if you have anybody who is 18 years or under and has a valid school ID, they can essentially ride the bus for free. So just want to make sure we report that out and encourage folks to take advantage of that. And last but not least, I want to say it was a real pleasure to attend the Philippine Independence Day celebration that's put on every single year by St. Joseph Church. And of course, just really important that we are proud of our ancestry and of our culture and celebrate 127 years of Philippine independence from colonization. So it's always a great event and looking forward to the next one. So that being said, we'll move on to item 7B, which is our mayor and council appointments. We have none, so we'll move on to item 7C, which is city council committee reports and communications. And we'll start online with Councilor Martinez-Rubin. Councilor Martinez
Thank you,
Rubin.
Mayor Sasai.
There
Yes,
it
hello,
is.
everyone. Thank you, Mayor Sasai. I have no reports on activities since we last met.
Great, thank you. We'll go on to Mayor Pro Tem.
No reports. We did have a Recycle More meeting, which I had asked Councilmember Murphy to, as alternate, attend because I was celebrating Dee Dee's, my wife's birthday. So June 12th, I'm sure he'll give a detailed report. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. I'm hoping everyone's doing well and enjoying the sunlight that I am enjoying these days. I'd like to share just a summary of my recent activities this past couple of weeks of our ongoing work. First, I was honored to, of course, in our quarterly meeting and statewide regional policy development, attend both two Cal Cities policy committees, which are revenue and taxation, as well as transportation, public works, and communications. The revenue taxation, we explore strategies of sustainable fiscal management and, of course, shifting state priorities that are happening right now in the legislature. And at the Transportation and Public Works Commission and Communications Policy Committee, the discussions were centered on infrastructure funding, broadband expansion, and then also equitable transportation access, which is a pretty big deal as we see many pieces of legislation moving at the state level. I'll continue to represent Pinole on those committees, as well as many other council members that I know I saw on Zoom at those committee meetings. As Mayor Pro Tem Tave mentioned, I did attend this month's Recycle More meeting. I did attend on June 12th, where we discussed and addressed several critical issues impacting local waste management and environmental compliance. The big thing is that we adopted our fiscal year 2025-2026 operating budget, which is about $1.3 million, operating and compliance funds that included strategic investments in outreach, compliance, and of course staffing. The leadership and organizational capacity is building at Recycle More, which is really great. We did approve updated job descriptions as well as establish new roles, including a deputy executive director, as well as an operations manager to strengthen oversight and operational efficiencies. We also approved the employment agreement of Mr. Cliff Feldman, who is the new executive director of Recycle More. Last but not least, we received a couple of presentations and had discussion about the Department of Toxic Substance Control's proposed changes that essentially could impact the designation of our local transfer stations. And then we also talked a little bit about SB 1383 compliance, which we know very well in the city of Pinole. Recycle More continues to lead with its edible food recovery grant program. This year, 8 local organizations received funding, helping recover over 116,000 pounds of edible food for community distribution. I will say that if there are organizations, including specifically nonprofits, who are interested in this grant, this is available to all all organizations within the 5 cities of West County. I did not see any Pinole organization on the list. So I know there's some nonprofits out there. I also know the folks in the audience or watching know some organizations that can benefit from this grant funding. So you may not be able to get it this year. You certainly can apply next year. And so just wanted to encourage Pinole residents, organizations, or anybody who knows anybody who lives in Pinole who wants to work around this kind of 1383 compliance, which is really composting and food recovery program, to apply next year. I also was able to attend community events, the Pride and Juneteenth celebration, always an incredible event that we have been able to have a moment of inclusion and cultural pride, and certainly community strength and empowerment. So really great to attend that and see that happen for the 3rd year. Thank you to our community services team for making that possible, and all the the city departments a part of that. Wanted to also thank, again, the city manager, public works director, and the wastewater treatment plant manager for a robust discussion of our critical infrastructure and needs. We talked a little bit, actually that was yesterday, it felt like it was so long ago, yesterday about just kind of updates to our wastewater treatment plan and kind of digging deeper into some of the projects we have coming up, timelines. But I think one key takeaway we all took away was we really need to take further steps to inform and engage our community community on some of our city projects and our timelines, and hopefully opportunities to participate in shaping the wastewater treatment plant a bit more, and of course, Pinole's future. And I know this is a bit long, but I did want to also welcome Ms. Cheryl Cotton, who is the new superintendent of the West Contra Costa Unified School District. For those of you who don't know, the board of West Contra Costa Unified just approved the employment contract for Ms. Cheryl Cotton, and she's set to start in a couple of days. She is a product of West Contra Costa Unified Schools and formerly served in the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's office. Her leadership brings both lived experience, of course, professional expertise, and of course, a home-rootedness to that role, and hopefully, and more than likely, will be a strong asset to students and our families. So just wanted to congratulate her. And then last but not least, always like to give an update on MCE. This particular update I think would be valuable for businesses, local businesses. MCE Certify and Amplify webinar is happening on Friday, July 18th. This is a valuable opportunity for local, small, and diverse businesses to grow through access in California's multi-million-dollar contracting clearinghouse. If you would like to attend, this is, again, a great program, particularly for small businesses who are looking for opportunities to do work with MCE, but also the kind of energy apparatus and vertical. And it's a training, frankly. MCE provides this for free for our small business owners. You can go to mcecleanenergy.org to check it out and RSVP. And again, that's on July 18th. I always want to thank residents, as well as the council and the city, for the opportunity to work alongside you all to advance equity, opportunity, and prosperity. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms.
Yes, good evening, everyone. In my report, again, I'll report on the mayor's conference that I was selected for another term on the ABAG Executive Committee as one of the alternates. At that meeting, we heard a presentation from our county clerk recorder on a very interesting project that they're working on, and that's the Mapping Prejudice project. They're working with the University of Minnesota and a lot of community volunteers. And this is to find out of the multiple restrictive covenants that exist on properties that are racially motivated. It's been outlawed that we don't have to pay attention to them, but they still exist. And so there is an effort to identify all of those recorded documents and have them amended. They're still going to be in the history, but when somebody pulls up a title report, rather than having that language pull up in the title report and we know that we can ignore it, it's actually not going to show up. So that's a really interesting and important work that we need to do in this county. I also attended the Cal Cities Policy Committee meeting last week. I serve on the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, and we heard a presentation about local fire insurance and what you need to know about wildfire issues. And we had a very informative speaker who is the fire chief in the city of Murrieta. And we had another presentation about housing innovations and public-private partnerships, and had a speaker from Hope Solutions talking about two programs that they have here in Contra Costa County. We received a legislative update, and I just want to highlight one bill that moved out of the assembly that Cal City sponsored, and that was to move the housing element process up by 6 months to give both ABAG, that comes up with the regional housing need allocation numbers, an additional 6 months earlier, and then gives the cities 6 more months to start their process. It was a very painful process for all of the jurisdictions during the last cycle. There's another important bill this year, Senate Bill 79 by Senator Wiener, that barely made it through the Senate and is going over to the Assembly. And this is one that has a lot of opposition from local governments, unions, and affordable housing groups. And the Senate bill would require that local governments approve by right dense residential housing near specific transit stops without any public engagement, environmental review, or consideration of the state-certified housing elements. Currently, jurisdictions identify where they want to have the dense housing. This bill would make it so that if there's a transit stop, no matter what the geography around that transit stop is, that a developer can just build at a very high density. I also attended the Pride and Juneteenth celebration, and I just want to commend staff for doing a great job. The last item is I wanted to talk about a victim here in our community, Vera Rousey, and I would ask the council to adjourn in her memory. Vera Rousey, she was a resident of Pinole, a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, and she passed away. She grew up in El Sobrante and attended Murphy, Juan Crespi, and De Anza High School. And she was a retired teacher and administrator in our district, including being the former principal at De Anza High School, where she graduated, and Pinole Middle School. She was a Pinole Seals mom, a dancer, and a dance mom. She was a member of the Pinole Tennis Club and vice president of the West County Forum, and she'll be deeply missed by her family, neighbors, friends, and colleagues. I have spoken to her husband several times in the last week, and he asked me to share a message if I could, and that is, to think about having advance directives for your loved ones. As painful and incredibly painful as his experience has been, he said that that's just the one piece that made it a little bit easier. And he asked me if I can get before a microphone to spread that message. So on his behalf, I'm spreading that message. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilor Thomas, and of course, happy to adjourn the meeting in memory of Vera. And also just want to share out with folks, along those lines, Pinole Police is encouraging anyone with information about the incident that occurred on May 28th to call 510-724-8950, and just encourage folks around you to report anything suspicious. You can use our non-emergency line, that's 510-724-1111, and if it's an emergency, please do call 911. But that is one of those incidents that I think you said it was a random act of violence, and I've heard from many folks in our community that they're scared to walk around that part of Pinole now. It's something that we're just gonna have to support our community through and seek the path to justice and healing for the victim. And also just wanted to close this out by saying, and I think the public commenter mentioned this, but what we're seeing right now in the federal government is not normal at all. We cannot normalize it. Seeing those images of Senator Padilla, California, being detained for doing his job, just asking questions, is really disheartening. And to see also today the New York City comptroller also detained for doing his job, that is shockingly similar to what has happened in other governments that were not democratic. So, from your mayor, it's not normal, and we'll continue to move forward as a community. So, with that being said, I'm going to move on to item 7D, which is council requests for future agenda items. Do we have any from the council?
I just had one, and I don't know if it's an agenda item or communication back from the city manager, and we had talked about having a follow-up workshop. We were looking at August, and I'm just curious if we can look at putting that on the calendar.
So, would that just be a future agenda item?
Can you clarify what
discuss?
workshop?
Sorry, I meant retreat. We talked about having a follow-up retreat, And our city clerk was looking at dates in August, and then it didn't go through. And my question is, can we look at scheduling something?
So if it's the
And
will
I'll
of the
take an
council.
email response, it's fine.
All right, thank you. And there's no, that was not a motion, if I'm understanding that correctly, Councilmember Doms. The staff will report back to you about
Yeah,
that.
just staff report back.
All right, sounds good. Any other council requests for future agenda items? Checking on Zoom with Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sasai. I have two requests, and one of them is about having staff prepare a letter in support of Assembly Bill 762 by Irwin and Wilson. This bill bans disposable vapes in the state, and the letter would be submitted to the appropriate California state portals. So the city of Pinole support is officially registered, and the letter would be submitted by the end of this month. That's one request.
And we'll take that one first. I'll second that. Any discussion for the council about the request? If there's none, we'll take it for roll call. Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes?
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead and Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. And the second request is that the City of Pinole support Assembly Bill 996 by, I want to say Pollerin, but it could be Pollerin, Pollerin, by adding the city's name and the seal to the coalition letter that Cal Cities has prepared. This bill would clarify that any existing sea level rise plans, assessment, or information that local governments have worked on can be used to meet one or all of the components of the SLR plan, so it would avoid redundancy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? With none, Deputy City Clerk, please go ahead.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes?
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. And it sounds like there
Thank
are no
you.
more requests. So we'll go ahead and proceed to item 70, City Manager's Report. Please go ahead.
All right, good evening. So I want to thank everyone who attended the Coffee with the City Manager on June 6th. We had some great conversations, and it was fun to have that. Few updates. PCTV and our Pinole Police Department will be at the car show this Sunday, so be sure to stop by their booths. But before you do, please stop by the Senior Center for the pancake breakfast. I want to give a shout out to Community Services, both for ongoing great events, as well as we have 40 kids signed up for our current summer camp and have a wait list, which is just fantastic work. Also, a thank you to Public Works. Red curbs are currently being painted. If you see people out in the community regarding painting red curbs, that's part of the whole new daylighting law that was passed by California. And there will be a presentation brought forward probably in July regarding this. Special Olympics Law Enforcement Torch Run will be on June 25th, carrying from Community Corner starting at 8:30 all the way down to San Pablo. So huge thank you to staff and everybody who's involved in that. And that'll be a great event. We do have red cards currently available in English at City Hall and other facilities, and they will be distributed in other languages very soon. We are working on having a professional translating service help us with that to make sure that all of the information is as clear as possible. This was a multi-departmental project with multiple rounds of edits and did take some time, but it is finally out there for the community. Stand Together Contra Costa is on our community resources section on the website. And if anybody ever has any questions, please contact staff. We do want to make sure to provide that information. Speed limit reductions are currently underway. We are switching out the speed limit signs on various roads, including San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Valley Road, and grinding the roads this month. Big thank you to both Public Works and PD. PD will start enforcement in July, and so everyone please be mindful and drive safely. All right, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to item 7F, report from Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. On to item 8. We're actually going to take this out of order, and our first presentation tonight will be on the Robert Walker Memorial. So I'll pass it to Director Epps.
Good evening. I'm just going to set up my screen here for the presentation. I'm sorry, I'm having some good difficulties. Hold on. One moment. Dave, I'm going to be sharing my own screen for this presentation. Okay, Dave, I'm going to ask you to please put on the presentation for me. I apologize for the delay. Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor, members of council, my colleagues, staff, and members of the public. My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the communication director here for the city of Pinole, and I'm here to present the item on the agenda to approve memorial installations and dedication of Robert Walker Jr. I'm honored to do so, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that City Council approve 2 memorial applications for naming and dedication of city facilities in honor of Robert Walker Jr., accepting special circumstances for the memorial according to the city's memorial policy. The first is to install a memorial sign on the courtyard building, and the second is to install a redwood memorial plaque adjacent to Pinole Valley Park. Next slide, please. So this is a visual example that you see here for what the sign could look like on the courtyard building located at 11 Tennant Avenue in Pinole. This is for courtyard memorial signage in honor of Robert Walker. 10 applications were received by the City of Pinole staff. I would like to read their names. Michael Brock, Eduardo Alvarez, Nate Bull, John Evans, Matt Jones, Patrick Bowie, Estevan C. Castle, Bruce Chappelle, Detective Justin Rogers, and Sergeant Barry Dugan. We have, the Staff and City Council Committee on Memorials has reviewed those 10 applications. And they all requested the courtyard building be renamed in memory of Robert Walker for his exceptional 45 years of service. And the aluminum memorial sign would read, Robert Walker Jr. Corporation Yard, in honor of his 45 years of service. Staff requested a quote from a professional signage vendor to design the sign, manufacture it, and install the sign, and the estimated cost is $3,040.91. This is a photo of Robert accepting his his Public Service Employee Appreciation Award for 40 years of service. Robert dedicated 45 years of his life to the city of Pinole and was the longest tenured employee. And that was one of the reasons given on one of our applications for the memorial to install the sign on the courtyard. And I just want to note that 45 years is more than half of Robert's life that he devoted here to the city of Pinole. Next slide, please. The second application that you have in your packet to review is a Redwood Memorial plaque. And this is adjacent to Pinole Valley Park by the baseball field parking lot. The application was submitted by Pinole resident Bob Kopp, and there is an inscription that was written in collaboration with Robert's daughter, Tracy Walker, who is here present today. The request is to install a Redwood memorial with a stainless steel plaque, native flowers, stones, and solar ground lighting, which is not pictured in this visual example, adjacent to Pinole Valley Park. The materials and labor to install it would be donated, and ongoing maintenance costs would be minimal and would be done by Public Works. And this is just a visual example that you see there. And this is what the plaque would read. In honor of Robert Walker Jr., November 21st, 1952 to October 13th, 2024. A true pillar of our community. With 45 years of devoted service to the city of Pinole, Robert's unwavering dedication, kindness, and leadership touched countless lives. His legacy will forever inspire and remind us of the power of compassion and commitment. With gratitude and love from the Pinole community and family. So the next steps are, if approved by council, the courtyard sign and Redwood plaque would make plans to install the memorials before the end of the year. On the courtyard sign, if approved, staff will proceed with working with the vendor on final design concepts for the sign. Staff will review to ensure that the signage design will adhere to all city branding guidelines, and installation will be performed by the vendor. Signage expenses will be paid for by the city of Pinole out of the existing Public Works facilities budget. For the Redwood plaque, if approved, staff will coordinate with Bob Kopp on installation, and materials and installation will be donated by Mr. Kopp. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'll take questions now.
Thank you very much, Director Epps, and also just want to acknowledge the folks in the room. We have Mr. Walker's family here in the chambers, as well as the public, and also members of AFSCME. And thank you so much for your patience and also for your advocacy on this issue for Mr. Walker and to memorialize him. Before we begin with questions, Councilmember Murphy and I sit on the Memorial Subcommittee, and we're very proud to recommend that the full council approve what has been brought up here in the presentation. So with that being said, I'll pass it to Councilor Thoms for questions if you have any.
I have no questions, but I want to thank you for the beautiful wording, especially on the Redwood plaque that's going to be there.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Any questions?
No questions. No.
Right, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Right, checking online, Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. No, thank you. I want to thank staff, Public Works and Police Department staff, as well as Mr. Kopp for their involvement and coordinated efforts to design such a memorial. And in particular, the redwood plaque is a beautiful integration of natural materials along with the other, as a corp yard ordinarily does work with such materials. So I'm hopeful that the family, upon seeing this, has continued to believe that in the city, Mr. Walker was as appreciated as was stated, and that this memorial will bring a little bit less of heartbreak, if that's at all possible, and a bit of smiles to your faces.
Thank you. I do have two questions. So I'm sorry if I missed this in the presentation, but what is the expected completion date, at least for the Corporation Yard renaming and plaque being up there?
We aim to have the installations completed by the end of the year.
End of the year. Sounds great. And would love to just put out there as well, would be great to have some sort of ceremony, like ribbon cutting ceremony for the new Corporation Yard renaming for Mr. Walker. And also one thing that I know Tracy had mentioned to me is that his birthday is on November 21st. So maybe if that is happening around that same time frame, would be great to just match it up for that. So, yeah.
Yes,
thanks.
we will make the installation of those memorials a very special event.
Great, thank you so much. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments on this?
Yes, we do have Tracy Walker.
All right.
I try to be a big girl and don't cry when I come up here, but I'm with family, so I feel comfortable. And I know my dad is here with us in spirit. But I want to say good evening, honorable members of the Pinole City Council and mayors. My name is Tracy Walker, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself, my children, and my father's grandchildren, his extended family, his coworkers, and the community he serves so faithfully. We are here to request your approval for memorial installations in honor of my father, Robert Walker Jr., one at Pinole Valley Park and the other at the Corporation Yard where he worked for 45 years. We are asking to move forward with a plaque and a sign to reflect his strength, legacy, and the deep roots he planted in the city. My father gave his life to Pinole not just in years of service, but in heart, humility, and unwavering dedication. These memories are more than symbols. They are reminders of a man who showed up every day, treated people with respect, and left a mark on the city that deserves to be remembered. Thank you for considering this tribute. It means the world to our family and those who work beside him. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Deputy City Clerk, any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, with no other public comments, this is a presentation. The actual item will be item 9L to approve it. So we'll get that once we get to what we call the consent calendar. So thank you so much, Director Epps. Anything else you want to report out, or is that about it for this presentation?
That's it for this presentation.
All right, thank you so much. The next one we'll do is we'll go back to item 8B1, and that is the presentation on the PCTV Community Media Center strategy, and I'll pass it to staff. I think that's you, Director Epps.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I'm introducing this one. Thank you for your time. I'm Dave Snell, the PCTV coordinator. I was fortunate to be hired in April of 1997, and I'm pleased to still be here. Thank you. We're looking forward to a great opportunity to move the station forward with some wonderful new ideas. And with that, I do need to duck back into the back room, but I will come back out for questions while the rest of our team carries on with this wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And hello, Mayor, members of council, staff and colleagues, and members of the public. I'm very pleased to present the PCTV, Pinole Community Television's Community Media Center strategy today. All right, here's an overview of the events leading up to the PCTV strategy development. On October of 2023, Council requested an update on the Pinole Community Television Master Plan. On March 1st, 2024, PCTV oversight was temporarily assigned to the assistant to the city manager. In July of 2024, staff kicked off the PCTV strategy development. Staff decided to create the PCTV strategy in-house, removing the $25,000 consulting budget for the PCTV master plan from the budget at mid-year. And then on March 4th, 2025, PCTV was officially moved into the city manager's office and under the direction of the communications director. This is our PCTV strategy development team. We have a highly qualified internal team who worked on this strategy. Dave Snell, PCTV coordinator. He has over 40 years in television broadcast, 27 years at PCTV, and has experience working for ABC, CNN, CBS, ESPN, and Fox. Eric Wilson, he's our cable technician. He has 20 plus years in television broadcast, 13 years with PCTV, and he's an Air Force veteran. Fiona Epps, that's me. I'm the communications director. My background is in project management and operations development. Been with the city of Pinole for 2.5 years. And our newest member of the team, Prajwal Bandari, he is our administrative coordinator, and his strengths and experience are with marketing and graphic design. And I want to give a shout out to our volunteers, Sadie, Ariana, Gabriella, and Charlie. They have helped with the PCTV strategy in the areas of graphic design, video editing, grant stacking, finding content, building contact lists, building PCTV's Instagram, and other tasks. So we did an initial assessment consisting of council members' input, department input, and a PCTV survey, which was the community's input. We emailed council members in July 2024 asking for their input for the survey about what they wanted to find out about PCTV. And the survey was done from November to December of 2024. The survey aimed to examine key areas to give us more insight into the types of services we should focus on, the type of content that we should air, viewership and viewer behavior, and the community's perception of PCTV's value. The bubbles that you see here show input from a couple of our council members, like what is the city's vision for the future of community media in Pinole? How does the city engage underrepresented voices in PCTV? So we took all of our input and we had crafted the survey from that. So our PCTV survey received some of the highest levels of engagement of any survey that we've done since I've been here. Right now, compared to other PEG stations, PCTV has good viewership. 60% have previously watched PCTV on channels 26 or 28. 31% watch it 1 to 3 times per month. 9% watch weekly. 71% would watch PCTV more often if it were available through internet streaming channels. Our goal is to increase viewership with a multi-pronged approach that consists of updating content and targeted programming, along with marketing, improved accessibility, and via internet streaming channels. So our survey results revealed that the most valued PCTV services, in no particular order, are job training for youth, cultural event coverage, coverage of local government meetings, media literacy education, local sports broadcasts, and preserving community history through video. This is a summary of content that survey participants were most interested in. We found that these results varied across different demographic groups. For example, residents aged 35 to 44 actually ranked arts and cultural programming as highest that they wanted to see, while residents aged 65 to 74 prefer to see event coverage. We will be tailoring content to meet our audience's preferences. Community engagement and support was an important area that we wanted to look at. And even though just 60% of respondents reported having watched PCTV, 96% of respondents rated preserving funds to maintain PCTV services as important to vitally important, with 40% considering it vitally important. And the survey also revealed strong interest in supporting and engaging with PCTV in the future. Notably, 18% of respondents opted to subscribe for updates, showing an ongoing interest in staying informed. And furthermore, 11 individuals expressed interest in becoming sponsors, and 10 people volunteered to contribute their time. So sponsor and volunteering really show a meaningful level of community investment in PCTV's mission. And I just want to note that the full survey results report can be found in today's agenda packet. So the survey results gave us a foundation for which to develop our strategy. And PCTV's renewed vision is an engaged, informed, and inclusive Pinole community connected through accessible digital media and empowered by a trusted leader in local news and community storytelling. Our mission is to enhance civic engagement, government transparency, and community storytelling through accessible media resources. We provide high-quality video production, broadcasting, and digital media services to support the City of Pinole, local agencies, and community organizations in sharing important information, public meetings, and local stories. Our goals and objectives explain how we will achieve this vision and mission. Number one, to establish, maintain, and operate a public access center. Number two, to support residents, organizations, and local businesses in sharing their stories and staying informed. Number three, foster learning opportunities and workforce development that inspires the next generation and strengthens their investment in the Pinole community. Number four, to air distinctively local content that reflects local news and unique stories, cultures, and perspectives of the Pinole community. And five, to increase community awareness and engagement with PCTV's Public Access Center and services through a targeted outreach and marketing plan. And on pages 2 to 3 of the full version of the PCTV strategy included in this packet are the specific actions that this division will take to achieve the goals and objectives. PCTV's new programming strategy is a mix of the old and the new. Some brand new content you'll see on PCTV is Rocket Crockett and updated public service announcements such as community warning system alerts. Soon we will be airing a series of Pinole-made PSAs, or public service announcements, about wildfire safety, safe storage of firearms, the daylighting law, and the single-use plastics ordinance. We've also begun to air cultural and educational content, such as UC Berkeley Master Gardeners gardening how-to videos. And we look forward to hopefully working with our youth sports teams to air games and events like we used to do. PCTV is scheduled to cover the law enforcement torch run for the Northern California Special Olympics next week on June 25th. Partnerships and collaborative projects is also part of our programming strategy. This is a screenshot of a recent meeting we had with representatives from the Pinole Historical Society, the Muwekma Ohlone Tribe, the Indigenous Justice Coalition, and UC Berkeley to discuss a potential documentary film concept for the public impact grant proposal we're currently working on. And we are also lining up other grant proposals, including a media project grant to showcase local businesses in Pinole. Partnerships like these create distinctively local and original productions. So we are really excited to work with the local organizations in this way and hopefully get some grant funding or sponsorship to fuel more collaborative projects like this. Our technology goals are to replace obsolete equipment and support PCTV's evolving mission to provide high-quality, lower-cost video production and broadcast. And you can find more detailed information and examples of the types of technology we aim to acquire on pages 12 to 13 of the full document. We have developed various sponsorship and membership tiers to foster community engagement and vested support in PCTV activities. PCTV sponsors and members will benefit from many perks, including business exposure, access to production equipment and studio, training, and more, while supporting the growth of their local community media center. The city support that PCTV provides, we do event coverage, photo, videography, video production, and AV support. We provide an estimated $110,000, give or take, in annual services across city departments, primarily supporting meetings and events. And this amount does fluctuate depending on event schedules, services, and staffing. And something to note is that PCTV would not be able to provide public access plus other services desired by our community, as identified in the PCTV survey, if we were to continue covering the same volume of city events we've done in the past. Just because of we have to shift staff time and allocate resources and make sure that we're able to do all of those activities. But to operate more efficiently and achieve our new goals and objectives, PCTV does recommend scaling back some of the lower priority city services or shifting some of the more basic responsibilities to departments. And that's some examples of that would be like taking photos, creating a reel for an event instead of a longer video production, which takes several hours for video editing time. Fiscal sustainability is critical to the future of PCTV. In this diagram, you can see the current funding sources, plus new revenue streams that can be generated from services such as equipment rentals. Community support plays a critical role. PCTV is seeking sponsorships, memberships, grants, and donations to fund operations. We're also exploring the possibility of collecting PEG and cable franchise fees from other cities and unincorporated areas that receive our signal but do not have a PEG station. So we're exploring that possibility. We've also begun to revisit our existing franchise agreements to identify opportunities relating to internet and broadband now that streaming TV has become more prevalent. So we're really exploring all options right now, and we're open to more. Community engagement and outreach is an important part of our strategy. PCTV will be increasing its public presence. You're all invited to come visit our booth at the car show this Sunday. A community film screening would be a terrific event that we hope to work towards for fiscal year 26-27. And as revealed in the survey, media literacy matters to this community. Therefore, the plan to provide media literacy workshops. These could be volunteer-led under the direction of PCTV. And digital engagement, which we have already started, as you'll see later in this presentation. volunteer, internships, and youth engagement, which we have also already started. This is a picture of a St. Joseph Middle School student journalist interviewing Pinole on scene during his No Hook music video shoot on Chalk Hill. This feature is currently being edited by a media and communication fellow and will be aired on PCTV along with Pilo's music video. Equity and inclusion is another key objective for the way we engage with the community and what we air on PCTV. And these are the phases of our marketing plan. We are currently in the launch and awareness phase. We've already begun to do several of these activities. Website visibility and publishing the web pages. Praj will be showing you very shortly. Finalizing the sponsorship package, social media presence, promoting in the Pulse, and signage and posters. This summer, we will enter the business engagement and membership introduction phase, and then continue into community connection and growth phase. And I'm going to hand it over to Praj to give you a tour of PCTV's revitalized web pages. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and the City staff. My name is Prajwal Bhandari. I'm the Admin Coordinator with the City Manager's Office. Thank you for this opportunity to present our refreshed Pinole Community TV website today. I'll be going over the live demo of the webpage, some of its key features and the services that we have added to enhance community engagement and accessibility. Before we dive into the 6 main key features and services that we have in PCTV webpage, I wanted to have a quick overview of our refreshed PCTV webpage. So let's have a quick dive on it. And here are the 6 key services that we will be diving into. And we'll start with our first services, that is Watch PCTV. Please bear with me, it's kind of laggy with the Zoom, so there we go. Here, this section is dedicated to our PCTV channels, channel 28, 26, and 28. Here, the residents or the PCTV users can quickly view, stream the live broadcast and on-demand contents. That could be either council meetings or community events like sports or concerts or community programs. It is accessible 24/7 worldwide, so the users can easily access the PCTV channels by going to our website, or also we are also available on streaming services now with our Roku TV and on Amazon TV and also on Apple TV. Going back to the next services that we have is submit your content. This is our content submission page. Here we invite resident organizations or other local nonprofit organizations to share their original videos and image content to be broadcasted on PCTV. We have clear guidelines and content specification in order for them to send us their content, so that could be broadcasted on PCTV. And we also have included a clear instruction on how to submit those contents using the media use consent form, which is very straightforward and intuitive. And they can easily submit their videos or image contents using this form. And one of the main objectives while designing this specific web page was to make it user-friendly, so that our users can easily submit their videos that could be shared with our community. This is Going to our third services that we have is become a member. This is our PCTV membership. This is the new category that we are very excited to launch with our refreshed PCTV webpage. This is the PCTV membership where we invite youth, senior community organizations, and businesses who are passionate about creating and sharing local media to join PCTV and be involved. There are a lot of membership benefits, including access to professional equipments, free trainings and broadcast opportunities, and even more. We also have membership tiers with the fee structure right next to them, making it easier for them to join using the form, signing up using the membership form within the webpage. So we are encouraging more and more community members to sign in and help us make PCTV more stronger media network. Fourth services that we have is our equipment and professional services. Here, as you can see, there's 3 different tabs. First being the equipment rental. This page is highlighting the resources and the services that PCTV can provide. Here, resident or organization can quickly and easily sign up for the form and go and browse through the available equipment that we have in our disposal and rent it out. Similarly, we also have outdoor movie package where the other cities or organizations can also rent our 25 feet open air cinema screen, or for main screen, for main speakers, subwoofers, all within the same web page. And also our 40+ years of experience with Dave and Eric. So if the business owners or any organization would like to have or use our professional services, that they can easily request by going to this web page as well. Next is our support our community media. This is our PCTV sponsorship web page. Here also you can see multiple different tabs. First one being more so focused for our local businesses and organization who wants to promote their brand using PCTV. Here we have different tiers to choose from for the community branding sponsorship tiers. And the interested parties can quickly sign up using the sponsorship form and participate on the sponsorship. That goes similarly to our outdoor cinema movie in the park as well, and also for our sports spotlight, where we are bringing back our local sport broadcast, where the business owners or organization can choose to promote their businesses before, during, or after the game, and they can do so by using the form below. The next tab on the same webpage is the Donate tab here. This tab is dedicated to the Patreon and the supporter of PCTV, who have been with PCTV for a long time and been supporting local TV and keeping our community connected. Here we are building a dedicated section of the page where they could easily support PCTV by donating, and these generous donations sustains PCTV missions to provide free public education and government programming to Pinole, Rodeo, and the neighboring cities. And last but not the least is our bulletin board. Here, the resident or the local nonprofit organization can quickly submit their events or any kind of announcement that they want to promote in PCTV, and that they can do so by just filling up the form, which is very easy and intuitive, and go from there. So that concludes my presentation or live demo for our refreshed PCTV webpage. So handing it back to Fiona now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Praj. And I just wanted to say, I love this photo of two PCTV volunteers using older technology and newer technology side by side at the Pinole Earth Walk, and we did use both of their coverage in our communications, so I just thought that's really cool. And I also wanted to acknowledge one of our volunteers, Charlie. He's a Media and Communications Fellow, and he has been working with PCTV extensively over the past couple of weeks, so welcome and thanks for coming. The implementation of the PCTV strategy is already underway, with staff actively working toward key objectives. And the full rollout of all of our programs and services is expected to be completed within 1 year, so it's really going to be a gradual building. And then the marketing plan is projected to be implemented within 3 to 4 months. By the start of fiscal year 2026 to 27, PCTV aims to establish a revitalized, community-driven operation, quadrupling its current viewership and achieving a 300% increase in community support and participation. Thank you for listening to our presentation today, and we are available for questions now.
Thank you. I remember that volunteer to the right did a great job that day. No, I just want to thank you, Director Reps and Praj, and also Charlie for being here for the great presentation. We'll start with Councilor Toms. Do you have any questions for staff at this
I
time?
have no questions, just thank you for the great report.
Right, Councilor Murphy.
I do. First of all, great report. Thank you so much. We've come so far in the city, and it's really just, honestly, just inspiring to see all of the production you all have done already before we even have completed completed the actionable steps. So just want to commend you and your work, the team you've built, Miss Epps as well, and your 2.5 years of being here. You sure it's only been 2.5? It's pretty remarkable. So I was looking at the data. I do have some questions, and again, thank you for the opportunity to provide some support or some, I guess, of our feedback as council members during the ongoing kind of master plan development. I did see that there was a question about the AT&T services, and traditionally for folks who are watching or listening, PCTV has been kind of like a Comcast or the television, old school television we used to all watch in the living room with our families. Now we're watching on our phones and on our computers and wherever we can find a digital screen. Also, welcome back, Mr. Snail. Thank you. We got to see you in front of me instead of behind me. But to my question, the data that you put into the report today shows that 53% of people essentially said that they don't watch AT&T or Comcast in order to watch PCTV, or I don't think they said in order. I think you just asked the question if they do, which the opposite side of that is that 46% did say yes. So what that seems to me is that we need to, we're kind of almost at the middle. I mean, 53% is a little bit more than 46, but it seems like our respondents, albeit 180 people responded, it says, right? 180?
171.
171, thank you. Responded, it seems like we're kind of half and half. So I'm just wondering, and I'm just kind of really excited about this, so I'm kind of jumping to, which is like giving the shift in online media, what is the timeline for launching PCTV on digital streaming platforms?
Well, we have already launched PCTV on our digital streaming platforms. It is heavily watched through our website, through streaming there. And it's already available on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. The question that you're referring to was asking how many, who subscribes to the traditional cable. And so we did find it is about half and half. But what we were really encouraged by in the survey was that 70% of people would watch PCTV if it were available on internet streaming channels. So our goal with our marketing strategies is to make people aware that it's available on internet streaming channels and which channels. And so we'll be promoting heavily, trying to kind of spread the word about that, because PCTV is easily searchable through Roku. You look up Pinole Community TV, it's got its own app, and you can save it as a one of the bookmarked or saved television apps that you can watch. So we'll be definitely leveraging that in the future.
Okay, and then the other online platforms, what are they? So Roku, you mentioned, it's like an app-based. You go to Roku, I believe. I don't have a Roku, but you go to Roku, you search Pinole Community Television, you find the app. I'm guessing Apple TV is a similar conversion. You go to
Yeah.
Apple TV, you download Pinole Community Television, you find it, and then you have access to a website or?
You have access, it tunes you into, it gives you, if you, Praz showed the image of watching PCTV live, and it had two channels side by side, which was 28 and 26. So when you go into Apple TV or Amazon Fire, you look up Pinole Community TV, and then it brings up that view. I've only seen it on Roku. I haven't seen it on Amazon Fire, but my understanding is that it works the same way.
Gotcha. I wanted to just note as a comment that I really love the membership tiers, the engagement that way. I see that as a model of sustainability, and I'm assuming you all are. How did you decide on the numbers? How did you, talk about a little bit about that process? Because again, when we think of like fees in the city, of course, we have oftentimes a study and we do all these kind of ongoing commitment, or we have many ongoing commitments to kind of reviewing those fees. Help me understand, or help the public understand, where you developed that model and why those fees are at the rates they are.
Yes, so what we did was we kind of brainstormed on what kind of benefits and perks could we offer with membership to PCTV. And we came up with a list, and then we costed out several of those items. So we were able to cost out how much it would, what would it cost to have 2 pop-up booths at events? What would it cost for them to have sponsored advertising time on PCTV? What does it cost our staff to post those things? And so we went through kind of this exercise through each of the various items or perks and benefits that were part of each membership tier. And then we came up with a price, kind of like a baseline price, and then we scaled it based on, youth versus senior is not going to obviously pay for as much as a business would. So then we kind of scaled it in that way to what a business would pay would cover what the youth and seniors membership would cost.
Gotcha. And then my last question, and it's a question, but also because you kind of listed them out in the report around metrics and evaluation. I do appreciate that was referenced there. I would like to see, especially given the investment that our city has been, at least since I've been on council, of investing in PCTV, a little bit more clarity and perhaps even like just open data around performance indicators. So you mentioned like a 300% increase, those type of things. What I would hope is that maybe like you all can return with a framework of those public-facing PCTV performance dashboards. And I think it would help to have that actually available on the city's website, where you kind of showcase the information there. Again, this would help us like track that growing engagement, but also kind of make it easier to invest in PCTV. I think I'm really biased because I'm like all the time, like, let's go PCTV. But just so the residents of Pinole, this is a community access television center. And so I think there's value in this kind of open data performance dashboard framework that we can have. I didn't necessarily see that as detailed as some of the like kind of goals that you had and objectives in the report. So I just want to encourage you all to like decide on that and then kind of come back to our council with that framework so that we understand how to kind of, again, elevate some of those wins for you. Because I didn't see that there, but I'm posing that also as a question. Did I miss that, or do you kind of have thoughts around like how you all are viewing your success and measuring it?
Yes, we didn't include that in as much detail in the PCTV strategy, but we do have access to several sources of data that we plan on leveraging for measuring our success and measuring outcomes. And one of those is through our new master control automation system, TelView. We are able to access data on the number of viewers, the number of views for our internet streaming channels. Unfortunately, we don't have data on our cable viewers, but the survey does tell us that out of 171 people, we have about half of those people who have watched PCTV before and watch it on a monthly basis, some on a weekly basis, which is good. And then putting out additional surveys is going to help us gauge our success and measure outcomes as well. So we can put out surveys through our public engagement platform. And then another area we can source data is from measuring the number of sponsors, the number of volunteers who sign up, and also through the website. With us focusing all of the entries going through the website, we have access to data there. We have access through our website data and analytics to see the traffic there. We'll be able to utilize social media analytics as well to track engagement through our new social media channel, which is at Pinole Community TV on Instagram. We're new to Instagram.
I just followed
follow
like
us.
2 minutes ago. I did, yeah.
Great, I think you're our second one. But yes, we can definitely build out a more structured framework. We're still kind of looking at all of our avenues of data that we can source, and we can build out something that's a little bit more structured and make it transparent to the community so that they can see that. That's something that we can definitely do.
Solid. And I just want to again commend your team on how far we've come. I know where we were when I was elected in 2020. We were supposed to communicate online during an entire public health epidemic. We have come so far, and I just want to commend you all on like this presentation and like how much work this could have been over the last couple of months to also put this in house. This is also a clear example of how much intelligence our staff basically has. I mean, we oftentimes go outside of our city to consultants and things like that. I mean, I'm looking at some very, very brilliant people in front of me, and I don't want that to just be a presentation at 9:30. I mean, it is truly remarkable to see how far we've come. So just want to congratulate you all, like give you your flowers from me to you, and just say thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
I just want to say thank you for all the work. I think that, I've been on that station too, so I, just kind of catch up and see what kind of programming's there. And so I just want to say thank you for your work. I know that we sat on a committee, and Fiona was trying to get this started and it's really coming together. I just want to see, how this comes together and really, just really, it's a testament to all the work that you guys have been doing, and it's behind the scenes too. I think that's also something to mention, that I want to see more presentations as you guys develop this. I think it's important to get this at least 15-minute presentation on where you are and updates for us and for the community too. So thank you guys.
Thanks. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin online.
Thank you, Director Epps, the PCTV team, Dave Snell, and the volunteers for your presentation. So a couple of questions that I have. I saw the vision, and I wanted a little bit of clarification about what something on there meant. Can we bring up that slide, the vision that you all have?
Bear with
Thank
me.
you.
It's in the beginning. Okay, wait.
There we go.
Nope.
Oh, one more.
There we go.
Yes, okay. What I wanted to understand better, empowered by a trusted leader in local news. Trusted leader referring to?
PCTV.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's simple enough question. Next question is how you will ensure that the information that appears present on the events and other activities remains current, so the opposite of that is not dated. That's been a challenge for what is displayed on PCTV. So if you can speak to that, I think that is partially needing to rely on additional eyes and ears and people physically present to take care of that. But let me know what you're thinking with regard to ensuring that the information is not dated.
Yes, thank you for those questions. We are working on updating our content on our channels right now. We had been airing, content that was older because we have been trying to build up new content on our channels. And so we are actively looking for new content right now. That's something that the Media and Communications Fellows have been helping tremendously with. And we've also had some people reach out to us and submit their content already through our form to air their TV shows such as Rocket Crockett and some other videos on our channels. And so we're trying to gradually replace the old content with new original content, plus content of the community, plus more information from the city as far as, our public service announcements. We are reformatting our social media and some of our flyers into widescreen so that they can be showed on PCTV. Our master control also has a integration with social media so that it's actually feeding in our social media streams to be seen through PCTV. Am I missing anything, Dave?
I think you got it.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Oh, yes.
Another question that I have is, you had on one of the slides, standard fees and public access fees. And if you could explain that a bit more, what's the difference between the two?
Yes, public access fees are for Pinole residents and standard fees are for pretty much everybody else.
Thank you so much. And so this question that I think the council often has is who's watching, our council meetings. It seemed to me that, you highlighted two groups of people by age, and I did not hear government city council meetings among them. I heard arts and culture and events coverage as of interest to adults. Where did government or city council meetings specifically fall in? Are we at all up there? Or is a different way of asking my question is how viable will PCTV continue to be in offering programming or council meetings to an audience out there? Are we needing to seek an audience? Is there an audience but we really don't know about it? What is that all about?
Well, local coverage of or coverage of government meetings was one of the most valued services from PCTV. I can't remember the exact percentage, but it is a valued service. It's not as popular per se as seeing local news, local business news, arts and cultural programming, but it is important. People do value the civic engagement and access to local government through PCTV.
Understandable. Thank you so much. That's it.
All right, just have one question. Could we do Instagram live streaming for council meetings and community events? Would that be something on our radar?
Yeah, I think we can explore that.
Yeah, good stuff. Checking with Deputy City Clerk. Any public comments?
Yes, we do have 3 in person. We have Irma Ruport, Rafael Menes, and Maria Alegria.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And this PCTV strategy development is over 1.5 years late. PCTV was transferred or reassigned to the city manager's office over 1 year, if you guys don't remember that. According to the comment here that officially was moved into the city manager's office, not true. It's over 1.5 years. What happened is I have all these events that happened since the last 1.5 years. The Valor Village grand opening, the Contra Costa Fish Migration Day, Earth Walk, Juneteenth, and I can go on, Mayor and Council. And I sent an email last year to Fiona, 2024, I believe in May, and I have another one in October, and she told me to be patient. How patient can we get as taxpayers? We have 2 stations, PCTV, and we don't have anybody out there videotaping these fantastic community events. Someone's calling the shots, and I want to know who it is. We have a so-called new communications director that's only been here a year and a half. Dave Snell, our PCTV coordinator, has been here, has 40-plus years experience in broadcasting, 27 years PCTV, ABC, CNN, CBS, ESPN, Fox. And we have Eric Wilson, also 20-plus years in television broadcast. Why in the world do we have a person with 2.5 years experience that came into the Pinole, and we have someone that's a journeyman, been here for 27 years, and not give him the job? Mayor, it's disgusting to me as a taxpayer. I've lived here 50 years, and it's absurd not to have someone work here for so long and not give him credit. In my opinion, I'm not knocking anybody. I don't know anybody. This is not personal. But what I'm saying is, when we have someone at that level of experience and do not utilize his talents, I think someone's calling the wrong shots. And someone has, and I don't believe the strategy. Yes, I agree with it. Let's move on. But why a year and a half? Oh, it takes another year and a half to do this? Oh, you know what? Get rid of PCTV if we're not going to utilize it. Taxpayers, we're paying for it. Yes, do update it. Do what you have to do. I even borrowed a camera the other day to try to broadcast a community events. I couldn't operate the camera because I didn't know how to use it. But I'm just telling you, Mayor and Council, I'd like to see an ad hoc committee established with this PCTV and move PCTV back to where it should be, or a separate division. And 2 of you council members should be serving in that committee. This is disgusting, in my opinion. Taxpayers losing money and time. And next week, they're going to be there at the car show.
Mr. Menace.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have a few questions linked to, I guess, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin's question about PCTV being a trusted leader in local news and how that's compatible with the programming strategy under technology and infrastructure. Point number 2, AI and streamlined editing tools. Leveraging AI editing tools to simplify and speed up post-production processes, reducing the need for extensive editing staff, and that's on page number 42 of the agenda packet, page number 12 of the strategy overall. I'd note that if you go back to pages 38 and 39 of the agenda packet, you'll see that the time set aside for editing is at 6% currently, and it's planned to be at 6% in the basically updated time. The main adjustment is a shift from video production to public access. So my first question is, if AI production is going to be improving the editing process, why is the percentage of time allocated to editing going to be the same amount? My second question is, given the known issues with AI causing confabulation or hallucinations or frankly lying in its outputs, because AI doesn't know and cannot know what the truth is as a large language model, it's just predicting what the most likely outcome is. What sorts of protections will be put in place in any AI process to ensure that PCTV would remain a trusted leader and that the information it was putting out would remain accurate? Let's see. I'd also have some questions about the suggested cutbacks in PCTV service in order to allow it to realign its processes to be more sustainable. I noted that on page number 41 of the agenda packet, it suggested that PCTV recommended scaling back or eliminating certain services, such as commission meeting video production being done by staff liaisons using basic video equipment and Zoom for recording and live streaming. So would that mean, for example, that planning commission meetings would not be broadcast using PCTV equipment, but would just be sort of live streamed on Zoom and stored out that way? What would be the practical impact of this on planning commission or on the TAPS committee or the community services committee or other committees that the city offers? Is it going to be basically the same quality of service, or would it be a lesser quality of service? To what extent is the council going to be able to influence any of this process? I noted that a lot of that is being stated as being implemented right now. So is there going to be room for council and public feedback in this process? Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members. I guess I just want to thank Dave for his commitment to the city. He's, been awesome, and to our city council. I really love the pulse and the when you were mayor, Mayor Murphy, the energy. It's like that was exciting. I love that, and I think as a public service, it's what we need. I'm actually more concerned about the fact that the federal government is cutting funding for public broadcasting. So it's more critical than ever for us to be in control of our messaging and what we provide content to our community. So I had two suggestions, and maybe it's because I'm hungry and haven't eaten, but we have a great facility down the street, Kitchen at 812. They've been doing cooking. You could go in there and do some cooking videos, or they could do cooking videos, and people love that stuff. I love that stuff. So that's an idea for potential programming. The other thing is that there are folks that have been doing documentaries. One, my husband worked on a documentary, The Song for Caesar. That is available to public institutions. It could be available to the city council. You can air it on TV. Also, another friend of mine, Tarabu Betsarai, did this incredible documentary, 100 Days from Mississippi, which also gives them an opportunity to view the history, of his mother who, didn't go back to Mississippi because she witnessed all the lynchings. But that's when we talk about learning our American history, that is part of our American history. So that's like a civics lesson. So I think bringing stuff like that that's already produced, you can put it on, air it. I think that's a great idea. So I just wanted to promote looking at stuff like that. I know my husband's an editor, so I know, it takes hours and hours and hours to come down to something that's only 3 minutes. So I know that. I lived with that for the last 40 years. So I really want to commend. I really want to keep this program. We need to, figure out how to maintain it, how to sustain it, how to bring in the young people so they can use their, all the digital stuff. So, how we do that as a community, we need it. We need to have that voice. We need, and the more we get out there, the more we promote it, however we promote it. I just think it's great. So cooking, documentaries, and bringing in the youth to just, blow it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, any other comments?
Yes, we do have Anthony Vosbrink online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony Vosbrink, longtime resident, taxpayer of Pinole, over 40 plus years. I echo the comments made by both previous comments made this evening with Councilman Martinez Rubin and Miss, I think public speaker, Mrs. Ruport, regarding things going on or not going on with regard to the city's management of Pinole TV. We have very competent people there led by Dave Snell, but I think sometimes it seems that like the previous overseer prior to your administrative assistant Gibbs, I forget what his name was, but he was the assistant. city manager back several years ago, that there's certain things that probably restricted Dave Snell and his team to accomplish. Case in point, it's like garbage in, garbage out. The scheduling grid that is posted weekly, it's a far cry from what was done in the past with regard to content and the timing. And I believe it's, we're going backwards with regard to posting AM scheduling events on Pinole TV schedule versus PM. It seems it's all noted as AM. And no one seems to be proofreading that schedule that is fed to Pinole TV, and then they just run it. And then Mrs. Rupert mentioned that, we have a lot of skilled people in-house, so I'm not...
Sir, you have 45
in
seconds.
agreement that they went outside to fill another position in the city with our limited budget and so on. Also, the posting of public notices as well as cancellations or upcoming notices in a timely order could be better handled with regard to canceling meetings such as council meetings, planning commission meetings, TAPS meetings, so the public can view and know when these meetings are going to be canceled, not after the fact. Also canceling the AARP tax senior workshop for the AARP in the Park and Rec room there, as well as the Red Cross blood drive was also canceled due to an overscheduling
Thank you very
problem
much.
by one of your members.
Deputy City Clerk Stone, any other public comments?
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for any additional comments. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Alegria for your words about the broadcasting. I think that also, I think especially right now, there's such a need for us to do exactly what the vision lists out, which is like the community storytelling piece. With the disinvestment of kind of national public broadcasting, I think there's really a larger purpose that we even have. And that just kind of came to me. I thought the presentation was so great, and I still do. And I think that part of, I think our work now is kind of thinking about how do we lean into, right, community storytelling, and what resources do we also give to our residents. So I did want to make a motion today. I wanted to do two things. I wanted to move that staff be directed to develop and return to council with a proposed framework for a public-facing PCTV performance dashboard to be featured on the city's website and designed to visually track community engagement metrics in alignment with strategic communication goals. And then additionally, that would also include in their proposal the establishment of an annual public forum. I think you all have called it like an open house before, or community feedback session, specifically focused on PCTV services and programming. So that way we kind of can also use that as an opportunity to think about annually these fees and kind of the membership tiers, as well as kind of the purpose. And as we dig deeper into, I'll just stop there and say that's my motion. But I think what I'm trying to share is like we do have to dig deeper into kind of this investment strategy that we have. And I think the performance dashboard, as well as kind of the opportunity to kind of review annually the either through one of these forums or open house for residents, but would help a bunch. So.
Thanks, Councilor Murphy. I'm happy to second that motion and then just bring it back to discussion of the council for any comments on that.
I just have a question as to whether or not we can take action on a presentation item.
Thank you, through the chair. So this is a presentation item. The city council can provide staff with direction, so on the item. And so this is a discussion of the PCTV strategy. If the council would like to provide direction, a motion can be entertained. No formal action, but if there's just kind of suggestions or direction to staff, we could entertain those.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, we cannot make any motions on presentations. That's correct.
So we can move just so that there's consensus on what the direction is, and I understand that the motion is there's this very specific motion on a directive to staff, and so that can be considered.
Great. Sounds good. Just checking for any discussion online, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin on the motion.
Yes, thank you. The matter of evaluating processes and actually displaying data, such as dashboards, is something that was going to need some financial consideration, resource consideration. So that would be something to also be included in whatever staff presents in the future about the quote framework that they would have. I support. I think we always want to have information that's going to help us make decisions. And then now there are a number of applications, digital applications that can be used for that, but it does take resources to do that. So I think in staff returning to further develop their strategy, it is going to require some thinking behind who is going to be doing that kind of data collection, compilation, analyses, et cetera, to eventually display a dashboard. But, related to that is, again, one of these questions about, what are the expectations? So I will defer to staff to let us know what is doable given where you are in the strategy and its implementation. I'm considering today's presentation to be sort of this overview, big umbrella about the enhancements that PCTV will have and the actual documentation of processes and the display of data about those processes as results to be read by anybody. Whether we use open source applications or not still requires some staff time, which is a resource, and or additional to that, some financial investment in it. So I don't want us to downplay the necessary resources, again, either as people or as time and or money to do what we would consider ideal and possibly also necessary, not only for PCTV, but for a number of program activities that are had here and spearheaded by staff at City Hall.
Thank you. And was that a question to staff?
No, that those are comments for council to consider when voting on this request to bring back, for staff to bring back what Councilmember Murphy has mentioned.
Thank you. Any other discussion from council on this? If no other discussion, will Deputy City Clerk Stone, if you call roll, please.
Okay. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions?
No, thank you,
Murphy?
Mayor, and thank you all again.
All right. Any comments, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
No comments.
All right. If no other comments, just want to say thank you for your work that you've done on this. The website looks sharp. It looks really, really sharp. I think as Councilmember Murphy had mentioned, we've come a long way in terms of web design, in terms of actual, logo design and things of that sort. So I know our community will appreciate that accessibility for them, for these services. And also, yes, Ms. Alegria mentioned a film regarding Cesar Chavez. Would love for you all to consider airing that if possible as well. So with that being said, there's also a question from Mr. Menace regarding AI policy. And also, I think it was staff time for editing as well. I'm not sure if you fully wrote down that exact question, but do you feel comfortable sort of addressing that here?
Yes, I can.
Great.
So he had asked a question about our AI technologies and the difference of the allocations from the previous staff time versus the new with regard to video production and editing time. And I wanted to answer that by saying, with the AI technology, in my mind, that would go into the video production staff allocation because the AI editing tools are used during video production activities. And so that's why the editing stayed at 6% for both the, before and after. And then the video production time went down because we would be using more advanced technology and also bringing in other content that the community would create rather than PCTVs. And I'm sorry, was that the only question you?
That was the only question around AA policy and the editing process. So thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to say thank you again. We should give a round of applause to PCTV for this really major feat. So thank you so much and looking forward to seeing more.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that being said, I've been informed by staff that the second presentation, at least on the agenda we have, it was the California lineage based reparations and the California Reparations Commission recommendation. That presentation will be deferred as they're no longer presenting tonight. So looking forward to having that come back to council. So that concludes our presentations for this evening. We will now proceed to item 9, which is the consent calendar. Deputy City Clerk Stone, any public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. In person, we have Anna Avila on 9L. We have Rafael Menace on 9A, 9C, 9E, and 9J. And then we have Maria Alegria on 9C and 9J.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here on behalf of my brothers and sisters, and we ask that you please approve the memorial installation and dedication for Robert Walker. It's very dear to our heart. It's very dear to the guys at the courtyard to walk in every day to work and see that the legacy that he left on all of us is gonna be there. So we ask that you please take in consideration and approve the sign at the courtyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace, I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have comments on several of the consent calendar items tonight. First off, on item 9A, on page number 92 of the agenda packet, page number 14 of the minutes, it says that I found commentary from the legal firm KBK, but that's not what I said, and that's not the name of the legal firm in particular. It's BBK, and it's Best and Krieger, so if that could be corrected in the minutes. So that's my comment for item 9A. With regards to item 9C, the budget, I noted there were a few blanks still under the bullet points for the, which department was it? Public Works Department. So on page number 271, there's a blank bullet point between completed design of the sanitary sewer rehabilitation and advanced San Pablo Avenue Bridge project. On page number 272, there's a blank bullet point underneath upgrade of the city pools, and underneath complete the active transportation plan, and underneath sanitary sewer rehabilitation. So I was curious, as I stated the last time that this was brought up in my written comments there, whether there was intended to be anything in those bullet points or whether they were just blanks that weren't removed previously. And I think it's more important for that to be addressed because this is the final adopted thing, assuming the council adopts it. I also noted that on page number 330, the general fund for library services is showing the same overall proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 as it does for fiscal year 24-25, and I believe, if I'm recalling the library's presentation, that it's planned to shut down the library for part of fiscal year 25-26. It's possible that I'm not recalling that correctly, and it could be for fiscal year 26-27. But if it is planned to shut down the library for part of that fiscal year, will that adjust the amount that the city is going to be paying to the county during the time period of the library's closure, given different maintenance needs during that time period? Then for item, so this is shifting over to, I believe, item 9J, no, sorry, not 9J, 9E, the growth management plan checklist. There was one point of clarification I wanted on that on page number 397 of the agenda packet. It states that the last CIP approval was June 3rd, 2025 with resolution 25-blank. I assume that's meant to be updated to read June 17th with tonight's council update and the relevant resolution when and if the council decides to adopt the capital improvement program. But just noted that that was apparently an error and should probably be changed before that particular item is approved. Let's see. And then I believe my other comment was on item 9J, was it?
Yes.
Go to that. Sorry, there are quite a few consent calendar items, so it's tricky for me to maneuver through them sometimes. This is F. Right, so I had a question with regards to item 9J, program SS2407, the private sewer lateral program, mentioned on page number 617 of the agenda packet, and in particular how the timing of this program overlaps with the city's, I think it's peer program with regards to the energy efficiency rebates, because I've recently encountered an issue where basically in order to get the energy efficiency rebates, you need to apply, and I've gone through a process by June 30th, where as part of that process, you also need to pass a city-required sanitary sewer lateral inspection. But the revolving fund from the city to help with repairs for the sewer lateral, if issues happen to be identified in such an inspection, doesn't appear to me like it will be live before July 1st. So it seems like applicants are caught in a bit of a catch-22 where if you want to get the energy efficiency funding, you need to pay for the sewer lateral stuff before the city funding for that is available. And if you want to get the city funding for the sewer lateral repairs, you won't be able to get it for the peer funding because that will end the day before the sewer lateral funding comes into effect. And if I'm not understanding that correctly, I would definitely appreciate clarification on that point, because that's a private point of confusion, and I wanted to emphasize that I'm asking this in my private capacity here. And that's all my comments on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to council.
I'm sorry. Maria Alegria.
Right.
Good evening, council. I'll try to be quick. I have a question on item 9C, which is the police department budget. I wanted to find out what are the plans to provide enhanced security on our trails to ensure community safety, and if they could please share some examples of what their vision is for an expanded police drone program. For item 9J, fiscal year capital budget, capital improvement plan, the CIP. I had a couple questions regarding on page 34, safe routes to school, funding for $350,000. We have a history for this community this is a community priority that would provide a sense of safety and for increased walking and cycling. I just wanted to find out why aren't the trails included? The trails encourage walking and cycling. I looked at our 2024 Parks Master Plan, and in that plan, the community did identify and prioritize our paths, our lanes, our trails, our waterfront bay park for improvements. So I just wanted to ask the council what your plan is for providing more safety on our trails. The second one is the sidewalk rehab program for $1 million on page 41. I wanted to just get more information on this program. When does it start? Who is eligible? Is this a grant program? The third one is on page 42, road maintenance repairs for $1.75 million. Where do I find out? Or if you could please identify the streets that will have priority. This is my favorite. On page 45, you did, Vice Mayor Tave, you did say there was 20 million in that CIP, and I found it. So now I want to know what is the schedule for the streets that are going to, and which streets are being prioritized. And I have to just say, Wright Avenue, that's, and Dodge, those streets are crumbling. It's been over 10 years. And, you know, we got the weather, we have roots from the trees that are not being maintained, and the utilities are digging up our streets. And then finally, the one is on page 48, the bridge over the railroad. I know we have this 32 million. I just wanted to find out how much Caltrans has committed. And I also learned that BNSF has announced this year its capital investment plan of $3.8 billion. So I'm wondering if there any way Pinole can get a little piece of that to help with this project. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking again, any other comments?
There are no more public comments.
All right. Last two public commenters, there were a number of questions, and I'm not sure if staff was able to capture that. So through the city manager, if I know Chief, there were some questions there, and also Director El Guindy. If you all feel comfortable or jotted that down, feel free to come up. But if not, Ms. Allegria, if you could write those comments in writing, that'd be really great as well, and I'll CC me as well. So, all right, sounds good. Yes. Please go ahead.
A couple of them. So one regarding the peer funding, just so you know, that peer funding will roll forward. So it will still be available after June 30th. So it will all be able to still work together. So that's one answer. As far as the security on the trails, I have to say this is a very big priority for us. We will be bringing that back to council with some recommendations on how we can improve or what we can look at there. And Chief and I have been in discussion regarding those particular pieces. There's a lot of additional questions, so as you all can bring them in writing, that would be great, but I did want to go ahead and respond to those.
Great, thank you. We'll bring it back to council. If any members have items to pull, consent.
Mayor, I do want to pull item 9I. I just want to vote it separately. I explained last council meeting that I will not be in favor of this item. And I did also communicate with the city manager Young about a particular possible retreat or special workshop session we can do. So I'd like to make a motion on that item for a future meeting as well.
Thank you. That's 9I.
Yep.
All right. Any other members want to pull items?
I'd like to pull 9C.
9C. Right. And checking online, Councilor Martinez-Rubin, anything you want to pull?
Yes, please, 9A.
You said 9A minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'll pull item 9G, military use equipment, for a separate vote. And nothing from you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so sounds good. We have those 9A, 9C, 9I, and 9G. We'll start with 9A. And Councilor Martinez-Rubin, if you wanted to proceed.
Thank you.
Comments?
I'd like to, yes, thank you. I'd like to request a correction on page 19 of the minutes, or page 97 of 738 in the packet. Last paragraph, second to last sentence, a statement that is attributed to me should read, in a state policy committee she sat on, comma, other cities had discussed that, and there were no means currently to incur charges. And the difference between what I just said and what is printed is that the city of Pinole did not have that discussion. And it was my comment regarding public comments about why we as a city would not also consider incurring or levying fees on heavy trucks, such as delivery trucks from Amazon. So again, the sentence should read, in a state policy committee she sat on, comma, other cities had discussed that, and there were no means currently to incur charges. Thank you.
Thank you for those corrections, and for whoever in the council wants to make a motion on that as well, take into consideration. I think Mr. Menace had some corrections to 9A minutes as well. Any other comments from council on 9A? If not, we'll go to item 9C, which is the fiscal year 25-26 final proposed operating and capital budget. I think it's Councilor Thomas who pulled that item.
Yes, I continue to have concerns about the council's travel budget. I wanted to make a motion that the travel budget go back to its previous number of $4,500 per council member.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? If none, Deputy City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
No.
Mayor Sasai?
No.
The motion fails. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions on 9C? All right, if not, we'll move on to item 9I. And I believe that was Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to uplift this one again. I realize that this is tied to the budget. I had a great conversation with City Manager Young, so I'm very clear about kind of a little bit about staff's approach here. I do think that this, I think based on our conversation from last meeting, as well as just a review of the budget, I do think that there are a lot of uncertainties that we're still dealing with, both nationally, but also just locally. I think there are certainly opportunities where we need to kind of dig deeper into the budget, particularly our city's investment strategy, as well as some of our council priorities that were established in our most recent city council retreat. I also think it would do us justice to review our adopted long-term financial plan strategy. Right now, I know that we have an impending deadline of June 30th, if that's right, Director Guillory, of approving and adopting a budget. I'm okay with being a lone vote, but I do want to reiterate the need and really a request to staff to agendize a comprehensive presentation and special meeting on the city's investment strategy, the council priorities, as I mentioned, and also our adopted long-term financial plan strategy. I think it would help us to essentially evaluate more implications of reducing the general fund reserve from 50 to 25%. But I also think that this will allow a better and more robust context of broader fiscal objectives. I'm, of course, thinking about the capital improvements, but also public safety infrastructure and some of our long-term obligations as this is seeking to do. But I don't know if we have the time this budget cycle, to really do that. But it seems like we're kind of, we're jumping ship to this investment strategy around the 2.5 million use of the fund. But council hasn't really actually received that investment strategy. We've talked about it, but I think there's some. My understanding is there's a report that's going to come soon to explain actually how that 2.5 will be used. And so I just wanted to, vote that separately.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 9I from council? Checking with Councilor Martinez Rubin.
I don't know if Director Guillory, did you have something to say, or did you? I didn't want to.
I didn't see the light. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I could just make one comment regarding
Absolutely.
the 2.5 million. So there's the plan for that funding is to go into the OPEB trust. Right. So there's not a separate investment strategy that we're setting for that. It's just adding the other post-employment benefits trust to our current Section 115 trust, where we fund a portion of the pension contributions to the city. So that would be managed in the same way by Public Agency Retirement Services, better known as PARS. It would be managed the same way in terms of the investment strategy. So I just wanted to clarify that, provide that point about what we're doing with the $2.4 million.
Okay, so City Manager Young, you expressed in our meeting a little bit about what councils would be offered soon. Can you give an update on that?
Absolutely. So what I was referring to, and just to catch everybody else up on what you and I discussed, I was letting Councilmember Murphy know about some of the potential options of how we would be investing this into our OPEB strategy as well. But we also wanted to discuss the option of bringing forward a larger sort of financial discussion and a workshop for council to talk about both the budget, this particular investment, answer questions, and go ahead and provide that information for both council and the public to discuss budget and financial strategy and potential revenue sources, all as a larger discussion. But that would also include where these funds, how they are typically invested and what that looks like.
Wonderful. So do you all need a motion from me on that? I know we talked about it, but when do you all plan to have that workshop, special meeting agendized?
So we still need to discuss that internally, but we would like to have that come forward as a workshop, I would say probably by the end of September at the latest.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And no motions on that.
It sounds like that is the commitment that staff has is September, end of September, so I don't think I need a motion, but I...
Do you still want it to be separate? A separate motion? I mean, a separate item?
What do you mean? What's it?
I. 9I.
Yeah, I would like to vote on it separately. Yes,
Okay.
still. I'm just
Okay.
not making
Yeah,
a
that was
motion
my
to direct staff. Yes.
All right, thank you. And the last item to be pulled is item 9G, which is AB 481 military use equipment. And again, restating, we'll be in respectful opposition to this. My stance has not changed for the past 3 years. And I think in recent times it's abundantly clear why military use equipment is not the most appropriate for city governments. So that's my only comment. I'll be voting that separately as well. If there are no other agenda items to be pulled, we'll welcome any motions from the council for
And can I also request that 9C be separate?
9C. Okay, yes, sounds good.
So I'll move that we approve 9A with the changes from Councilmember Martinez Rubin and Mr. Menace. 9B, 9D, E, F, H, J, K, and L.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? None. We'll go to Deputy City Clerk for roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other motions?
I can remember we didn't vote on C and
Correct. C
I
and
G.
Yes.
I'll motion to approve item C.
And I'll second.
All right. Motion and second with no discussion. Deputy City Clerk Stone, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll move to approve 9G.
I'll second.
All right. Motion second. Any discussion? If there's none, Deputy City Clerk.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you.
I'll move to approve 9I.
I'll second.
All right, motion and second. Any discussion? None. Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy,
No.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for the consent calendar. So with that being said, we'll move on to item 10, public hearings. The first public hearing that we have is item 10A, which is fiscal year 2024-25 utility users tax review. I'll pass it to Director Guillory. Good evening.
Good evening. So this item, which is a public hearing, will be the annual review of the city's utility users tax for the fiscal year 2024-25. Next slide. So to provide some background on the purpose of this public hearing is the city levies an 8% UUT on the value of public utilities services consumed within city limits for electricity and gas, as well as telecommunications. Pinole voters passed the utility users tax initially in 1998, extended it in 2004, 2012, and also 2018. And in 2018, it was passed with no sunset date. So this is a permanent source of revenue for the city. It is the fourth largest source of revenue in the general fund, and it equals about 9% of total general fund revenues. So a very stable and reliable source of funding. The Pinole Municipal Code requires an annual review through a public hearing, and this is typically done during the budget process. In addition to that, the City Council will review the income thresholds for low-income households that are eligible for certain exemptions from the UUT. Next slide. So in accordance with the Pinole Municipal Code, it requires an annual review. In this review, it will include a summary of amounts realized or collected for UUT. And then also a resolution is, staff is recommending that a resolution be approved to change the household income levels for the UUT based on the rates set by PG&E. Next slide. So this is a 10-year history of UUT collections, starting with the fiscal year 2015-16 through the current fiscal year. We have estimates for the year end for fiscal year 2024-25. And as we can see, it has grown steadily over the last 5 years, but that's mostly attributable to gas and electricity. We continue to see a downward trend in communications. However, that is more than made up for in the gas and electricity segments. Next slide. So looking at them in a bit more detail, here is a representation of the gas and electricity collections over the last 10 years. If we look at the last 2 fiscal years, comparing the current fiscal year to last fiscal year, we see an increase of about 6% per year over the last fiscal year. And also, gas and electricity makes up 91% of the total UUT collection. So we continue to see that the majority of this is being collected from the gas and electricity segments, and a smaller portion of the total is made up by the telecommunications collections. Next slide. So looking at telecommunications, same thing over the last 10 years, we are seeing a steady downward trend in the telecommunications segment. So this is imposed on voice communications. So it's cell phones, and it includes long distance charges. The reason that we are starting to see decreases, and not only in Pinole, but in other jurisdictions as well, is that many mobile phone users have switched to unlimited data plans from voice and minute plans of the past. And because of those bundled plans, there are different methods by which providers allocate plan dollars to voice-related activities and services. So that is why we're continuing to see that that downward trend over time. So going forward to the next fiscal year, as I mentioned before, as a part of this review, the City Council is asked to adopt a resolution approving the UUT exemption guidelines based on the California Alternative Rates for Energy, or the CARE program that is administered by PG&E. Thresholds are set by the California Public Utilities Commission, and this program is administered by PG&E. And each or every 2 years, the CARE program eligibility is verified by PG&E. It includes eligibility, which is renewed every 2 years and 4 years for those households on fixed income. It requires qualifying proof of income, including IRS tax returns, and the eligibility is based on the total income of all members living in the household. And the same income guidelines are used for the UUT telecommunications exemption, except that individuals or households would apply directly to the city for telecommunications exemptions. And this is offered to persons in households who receive aid for the various aid programs, and then also veterans who receive benefits. Next slide. So these are the recommended changes to the income exemption thresholds. Again, this is set or administered through the CARE program. Each year, PG&E publishes the updated thresholds, and those are the same ones that you see here in this table. Customers may also qualify for an exemption if their total household does not exceed these thresholds. So even if they aren't receiving any aid from the various supplemental programs, if they meet the income thresholds, they could also qualify for exemption from UUT and or telecommunications. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Guillory, for the presentation. And we'll go to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin online for questions of staff.
No questions.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Councilmember Murphy.
Just one question. Thank you for your presentation. Can you remind us what's the expected? You said 6% is what we're seeing as the increase. What was kind of expected in the last year, I guess? Was it expected to be 6%? Do we expect lower, higher?
It was, we budget conservatively because
Right.
sometimes it's hard to tell. So it was lower, but we did do an adjustment at mid-year
Okay, gotcha.
to make up for that. So we usually, so going forward, for example, for fiscal year 2025-26, I didn't factor in a 6% growth rate.
Okay.
So around 4%, just because.
So it's
sometimes
4%.
It's unpredictable. Yeah, and then we'll review at mid-year and determine if we need to make adjustments.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks. Councilmember Thomas.
And I have
please.
no questions.
All right. I have no questions, so we will now open up the public hearing. Deputy City Clerk, any public comments?
I did see Councilmember Martinez-Rubin's hand, but there are no public comments. She's shaking her head. There are no public comments.
All right. With that being said, we'll close public hearing, and we'll come back to comments or motions from the council on this item.
I'll move that we adopt resolution modifying the household income eligibility thresholds for exemptions from the utility user tax for fiscal year 25-26.
I'll second.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and second. Any discussion? If none, Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that'll conclude the item, so thank you, Director Guillory, for the presentation. Move on to item 10B, which is the Community Services Department fiscal year 2025-26 master fee schedule. For item 10B, it does not have a staff report because staff has asked us to continue the item to our next City Council meeting on July 1st. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing and entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to July 1st.
Motion to continue the public, public hearing until July 1st.
A second.
Right, motion second. Any discussion? If none, Deputy City Clerk Stone, please call roll.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now, we have no old or new business, so we'll move on to the last citizens to be heard. And Deputy City Clerk Stone, any public comments?
There are no public comments.
All right, thank you. So that will conclude tonight. So we will now adjourn the meeting to the regular City Council meeting of July 1st in remembrance of Amber Swartz and Vera Rousey. Have a good evening.
Good night.